Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so welcome to the 12th edition actually of the annual Nordic Film Music Days. And the year is 2022. And once more, we're lucky to be in the Nordische Botschaften, the common Nordic embassies building in Berlin. And we're live. And well, it's a bit empty here, you know. Charlie, if you could probably, make a zoom round the very empty auditorium here. We're like 20 people in this room, and we miss you, but you're behind your screens, we hope. And at any time when you feel like asking us something or making a remark or, just state that you're bored with the performance, we'll have it on the screen. So rest not. This Nordic Film Music Days, we have a good 2 days with exciting stuff. We have a few seminars today, a couple of keynotes, the Great Harper Award this evening, and you really should be here. But next year, we'll get drunk next year. Tomorrow we have screenings of the 5 films featuring your music, the music of our 5 nominees. And this seminar is titled Creating Scores, and I know that's a very, very large hat. So I'll try to be a bit more specific about this. How can we best do our music for the given film we're working on in cooperation with the directors and editors and writers and producers? It's still a big hat, but hopefully we'll get an idea. My name is Halfdan E. I'm a Danish film composer, and with me, from, I say 5 nominees, we miss one. But from Iceland we have Tóti Guðnason, welcome. And from Finland we have Sanna Salmenkallio. It's almost Italian, Sorry. And then from Sweden we have Johan Testad. And from Norway, Erik Lundgren. And so it's so good to be with you. We had a great chat this morning at the hotel. Hopefully we can keep up the good spirits here. What I'm thinking is that we should start from an end and watch a few clips. Let's start with you, Tóti, from your Icelandic film called The Lamb. Maybe we should just watch the clips and then talk afterwards. Okay, great. Bring it on. I think maybe it could be a bit louder down here. If you could turn it. Okay. Do you think we should discuss this, or should we have the other clip? At this, just bring the other clip on and then talk afterwards. What would you prefer? That was two clips.
That was two clips. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No
Oh, sorry.
They were very well cut together. So.
Simply said, I'm disappointed that it's not longer. So it's a kind of. Okay. So how could you describe the process of creating this film score?
Yes. Valdemar, the director, was very particular in what he wanted, but really had no idea what he wanted. So it was a very conversational process, and we kind of had to work out where we wanted to head with it. And the second clip you saw was actually like the first thing that we were like, okay, this could maybe be a foundation of the score, I planned not on using any stringed instruments or any orchestration at all, and that was kind of the direction we went with to start with. But as we kind of went further into the process, we saw that there was definitely room to maybe bring more traditional instruments into the mix. So I was very happy actually that was the case, because I've been doing a lot of string arrangements throughout the years, and I was very happy that I got to kind of show that a little bit. But
Exactly.
even though,
the
project always comes first, and you're working to art that's somebody else's vision, really. So it's sometimes a little bit hard, not like putting your vision too much into it, but it is a collaboration, and I think it was an excellent one, and I think the end result was better for everybody when every opinion gets to be expressed, and I'm very happy with the result, and it was a very fun project to be a part of.
That's great to hear that. It has to be fun.
Definitely.
It simply has to. I mean, we invest our lives in it. So, but you say that he knew exactly what he wanted, but he didn't know exactly what he wanted. Could you elaborate on that? Because I think that's key here.
I think people are just looking for this feeling. He knows what feeling he wants to get, but he doesn't really know maybe how to get there.
No.
And I think it's a good thing when you're working with directors that are maybe not too musical in the sense that they know the language and have dived too deep into film music or studied music maybe. I think that could be a barrier. I haven't worked with a director that knows music theory and stuff like that, but it's a fun part of the process, kind of having to reinvent the wheel by having to develop a language between the two of you or more people, to kind of start with a very naive approach to music, which us composers, we've studied this for many years, and then we kind of have to make music with somebody that doesn't know the language, and I think that's a very rewarding part of the process.
Right. It's the language. I mean, you say it, and it's always where we end. It's the common language, because whenever somebody wants, well, I want blue, then, well, what's your definition of blue?
Exactly.
Yeah,
soft, like fluffy. Those are all terms that come up a lot.
My blue is military, military blue. Okay. Do any of you have any comments on this? The language, because I think this is something we could discuss for a day. Yeah.
I could say something, because of course we get lost with the words always, but that's what I have realized. It is that if the words have some physicality, that if you are saying that this should fly or it should fall apart, I'm so physical myself that it helps me much more than if you are saying beautiful because it can mean whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's some kind of physicality in description. It has helped me a lot.
Okay.
It gives direction.
What do you think? You just grab the microphone.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I can absolutely relate to that. I have some physicality to it, but also listening to music with the director a lot, and I also try to really challenge the temp music, and have a lot of conversations about with the director and come in at an early stage and try to because they will always use some kind of temp score, and then you have to discuss with it what is it that you like about this temp score, and then try to challenge that and put it on to another level.
Put words on it.
Yeah.
What is it that you hear?
Yeah, what is it that you hear?
Music.
Why did you choose that? And if they don't really know why they chose it, it's even a better reason to challenge it,
Exactly. I think maybe we do we have Jonas with us? Live from a car somewhere?
Yes, hello.
Hello,
Can
hi
you hear
there. So you didn't
Yes,
make it.
I'm
You
in
didn't
the
make it
car.
to the plane.
Unfortunately, we missed our flight.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, but it's great that you're here.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Looking forward to meet you live in a few hours.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So this sort of, forgive me, but the thing I hear in your score is sort of an industrial, gritty, mechanical, recurring sound, sort of like a machine, a big rusty machine working somewhere. Is that something you put word on the way?
Is this on?
I think it's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's something about acoustic sources that I'm just really fond of these days. So I set up not, having any synthesized sounds in the score. So I just made a huge bank of like feedback sounds and things falling on each other, and that kind of became the foundation, and the material being strings and metal, to begin with makes it sounds very industrial, especially in the later clip, and that's kind of the more kind of hard sound world of the score. But then we have the softer sounds as well. But most of the sources are feedback in the score, and there's something about feedback that I'm just really fond of these days. It might change tomorrow, but
that's why this talk is so difficult to have with normal people. I really enjoy feedback and rusty sounds. It's extraordinary. But yes, it's fantastic, isn't it? But I think asking anybody to get back to what you said about music theory. I mean, a D minor on a piano sounds completely different than a D minor by a string quartet. So to me, it wouldn't make sense to have a director saying, "I want D minor," because but what's the feeling? What feeling do you want in that D minor?
Yeah. I like it feeding back. No.
Yeah, feeding back D minor. Okay, on which instrument? Guitar?
Well, I'm also very fond of strange counterpoint movements. I use that quite a bit these days, like chromatic counterpuntal movements, and you can hear that on the soundtrack in a few places. So I'm also trying to kind of steer away a little bit from traditional harmony, not to sound like I'm above that, because I love it. I absolutely love beautiful harmony, but I'm really fond of exploring new directions in kind of counterpoint and harmony.
Yeah, that's great. That's interesting, especially when you have a story that leaves room for it, like this one, where you wouldn't expect ordinary music because it seems to me this is so far away from a normal life, anyways. So they live by different standards, you could say.
Definitely,
Yeah.
and it was a beautiful canvas, this movie, to kind of do experiments with. So I'm very grateful just to have been a part of such a creative film as my first kind of film scoring. So.
Yeah. Okay. So this is your first film score.
I've been an assistant for many years, but this is my first full score. Yeah.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. So, and you were early in on the project. I mean, did you discuss music on script level? Or?
No. I came pretty late, actually. The film was almost finished, and the cut was probably 70-80% there.
Okay. Should we move on and maybe watch your clips? And I'm thinking that if we can go through the whole.
Yeah. But if I can ask, if because I have two very different clips, so that if we could first have one and then we talk, and then the other one.
Okay.
If it's.
That's cool. Unfortunately, we can't ask for specific cues unless you know exactly what they're called, because for technical reasons.
Okay, they do what they do.
Okay, so bring on.
Bring it on.
Bring on the first clip by Sanna, please. Thank you.
Aalto oli suhteellisen tyylipuhdas modernisti, mutta vain pari vuotta. Paimion Parantolan ja Viipurin kirjaston myötä hän löysi sitten oman valtakuntansa. Kun hän aloitti sen suunnittelutyön, niin hän sairastui ja oli joitakin päiviä sairaalahoidossa. Ja siinä hän oivalsi, että sairaalassa potilas katselee maailmaa eri asennosta kuin terve ihminen. Niinpä hän sitten kirjoitti, miten hän suunnitteli tämän Paimion Parantolan horisontaaliselle ihmiselle. Empatia ulottui hyvin pieniinkin yksityiskohtiin. Minä pidän Paimion Parantolaa koko modernismin historian sinä rakennuksena, jossa on eniten keksintöjä. Hänellä todellakin oli tavoitteenaan kokonaistaideteos ihan ennätysmäisen pitkälle vietynä. Se oli juuri Paimion Parantola, joka sai hänet paneutumaan huonekalusuunnitteluun.
Wow. Was that the first clip? Yeah. Okay. Excellent. It really makes me want to go to that sanatorium. You can't say that. I want to be ill. I want to be treated in that place. So how was the process with this score?
Of course, it is very special because it's mostly archive materials, and then they have done some of those almost majestic drones and those master shots. And as a composer, it was difficult because it has really huge spaces, and then it has, we go to details. And so I have a couple of drones, like this clip had a drone. So we were recording those design objects, what they those architects had designed.
Yeah.
So and that was really, I loved it. I had really nice contact with the sound designer, so that there I felt it was great. And then my musicians, I wanted to have trombones and all those brass instruments to create space.
Right.
And some kind of eternity.
Right.
And then I had a jazz drummer, and like we saw in the end of this clip, that there was a chair. How to compose a chair? By the way, nothing is moving, and you don't get any kind of emotional. And
I was hoping you would mention this. How does this chair sound?
Yeah. So what we did, that we were collecting wooden objects and glass objects and all kind of metal objects, and always when we come to those, when we come to details, that he was improvising with that material, because it was really tough to make film, which is 1 hour 45 minutes, we didn't have much footage of those people. How do we feel them? How we get the kind of physical experience, not just the kind of cold information. So that as a starting point, materials, they were very important to me.
Makes sense.
And also because the materials, the footage, that there is really huge master shots, but then photos, drawings, all kind of stuff. And if you take the sound out, it's crazy, because it is in very small pieces.
Right.
So I had to compose something what is kind of overall holding, and then we come to details, and then we come to objects.
You know, when I watched that clip, I didn't know what the film was about, so I thought, okay, the Mandalorian, which planet are we on? It looks like something coming out of the fog. It's amazing. But I'm interested in, how was your communication with the director? Did you find out yourself what you were going to do?
No, it's a director, Virpi Suutari, with whom this was our 6th film or something, so that we don't have to start from the scratches. So we know how to start, or she's very musical. But I think, like Tóti said, that she knows what she wants, but it's my professionality to find a way to what is it in practice.
So what words would she use?
Yeah, I don't remember back to the words, but what made it complicated was that they found all the time more and more photos and more drawings and some kind of film clips of 5 seconds, and so that I didn't get, because normally I'm working a lot with the same aesthetics as it's shooted. Like in this Tóti's film, it had a very clear style all the time, but this has like 100 different styles.
Right.
So I had to create very strong style of my own to hold the whole film together.
Did you kind of create a library for your director then? Is that or did you constantly have to? We found this new chair. Could you make a sound for this chair, or what?
No, we were talking more about about the whole idea of how we can make this film kind of alive. How can we hold it going, and how can we experience emotionally? So that we were talking about emotional narration.
Yeah.
Quite much, yeah.
Right, exactly. I was thinking the same. You know, this is a documentary, but we want to actually give people not a documentary, but kind of a romance. You know, somebody to fall in love with.
Yeah, but then we can go to maybe to the next clip, because it is more.
Okay, cool.
Because it is more about, because it's an architect couple. They are very famous, but of course the husband has been more famous. But we also want to kind of highlight the wife, who was also working in the same level. And in the next clip, what was also challenging, that we have only photos of here and there, but we wanted to show that they are very ambitious, that they are working on it, and they are working together. So I wanted to create kind of state of mind that they are strong, they have willpower. And also we are using their love letters, which are not in this clip, but they also have really kind of beautiful, kind of erotic letters, and also they had very kind of sensitivity with materials. And Alvar Aalto, he was such a womanizer. He also had very kind of erotic attitude to his work. Right. But then in this next clip, we have this willpower, what I had to create because it's photos, but I have to make this feeling that they are very ambitious and they are working to make it their career. So, and in the end, we are coming to this more kind of sensitive stuff, and again we go to details and we go to this jazz drummer.
Excellent. Let's watch it.
The MoMA project launches the Aalto's popularity in the United States, but it was really the New York World's Fair that shifted and enhanced, I should say, that notion of popularity to something that was really unprecedented.
He lectured at Yale, he lectured at the San Francisco Museum of Art, and the theme was generally the humanization of architecture.
The American press was obsessed with einem Aalto. It wasn't just the popularity of Alvar Aalto, it was also Aino.
He met William Worcester in California. He met a lot of people. Aalto was very gregarious. He was very social. He was excellent at making contacts with important people.
Aalto muuttui täysin henkilöhahmona sen jälkeen, kun hän oli tavannut Frank Lloyd Wrightin, joka oli aina täydellisesti pukeutunut.
Aber er war ja sehr humorvoll, immer sagte, in Amerika waren wir ja zusammen mit Aino und er flirtete rum und dann sagte ich schaffe doch der Aino einen Gigolo an, der kann den ganzen Abend mit ihr tanzen. Alles kann die Aino haben, jedes.
Ja.
Ich weiß nicht, ob er es denn getan hat, ob die arme Aino mit dem Gigolo denn tanzen musste. Aber es lag nicht in der Linie von Aino so ganz.
Nein, gewiss nicht.
Hänellä oli joku sellainen eroottinen ote elämään ja työhön. Jotain semmoista lämpöä, joka oli ehkä seksuaalisuudesta tai erotiikasta lähtöisin.
Great. Great. So this is, how to create a montage of a lot of pictures, and well, it's a challenge, but this is the greater arcs that you have to create in order to glue it all together. Excellent. People like that, you always feel like, if just I was a bit more interesting as a person, but I'll just sit behind my computer and make some music then. Okay, cool. No, but it strikes me that after you've made a film, you know exactly how it should be. But when you stand at the foot of a new film, it's like, God, I have to invent something, and nobody will know, nobody will tell me where it's going to go.
Yeah, I think that when I was working on you could take kind of music video attitude where you have different cool materials and you play on it. But you could manage maybe first 20 minutes, but it's 1 hour 45 minutes. So it's a long film, and sometimes I was thinking that how can anyone feel anything with this? footage. But I think that it worked. But I think that the big work what I did with a director and the editor and sound designer, they are. I'm so happy to work with them. But we did very big dramaturgical work. That how we can hold this and where we are kind of putting it up and where we put it down and which of the footage should have linked during this long film.
It sounds great. Yeah, that's the team you ideally. That's what you want to do every time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I call myself a music dramaturgist and not a composer.
No, I mean you cover a lot of ground as a composer, really, because you have to. Basically, you have to translate what the director wants and what the film wants and invent the stuff because it's not there. And you have to, facilitate the whole process. Interesting. So let's leave that and move on to you, Johan. And we'll just, end up with a big common discussion about film music. But over to you.
Yeah.
Let's watch... Do you have anything to say before we watch a clip?
We can watch it first.
Okay.
Ja.
Yeah.
Kom.
Skärp dig. Vad är det med dig?
Den här första perioden, men Skellefteå har tagit över majoriteten av matchen, så här har Kejlof är det som hade den senaste chansen i matchen. Nytäckning nere i Frölundas försvarszon, det är Adam Pettersson som satt räkningen och hjälp där också av Christian Söderström. Men rejäl.
Så får han ta 2 minuter för det, men det kan man ju inte. Det är värt det.
Yeah.
Well, this is a series, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So this is the only series I think this year.
Yeah.
So apart from hearing about the whole process with this, I'd love to hear about how it is for you. You've done both feature films and series.
Yes. Yeah. Well, series is a lot more work. This is about 4 hours or something, 4.5 together.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. But I'm really happy I got a film to do now. Oh, that's simple, I think, but it's not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So how early were you attached to the series?
Well, I was into on a script stadium.
Excellent.
Yeah, so that was good. Actually, this was the second clip, so I should take it backwards here some way.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You say this is the second episode? Or
No,
or
the second
series?
clip.
The second. Sorry. Yeah, but yeah. For technical reasons, it's yeah, but well, okay. Do you want to watch the other clip as well? Then?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
yes.
cool.
Om vi ger allt vi har, varje träning, varje match, då kommer vi börja vinna. Det finns bara en sak som hockeyn kräver av oss. Vet ni vad det är? Allt. Vad sa du? Allt. Precis. Right, grabbar. Nu kör vi.
Hälsa från mig till syrran.
Käften.
Så jävla snygg.
Det är bra.
Fast du är jävla fitta, kommer ifrån. Fy fan. Vadå?
Men vad fan?
Det är snabbaste vägen in.
Flyt på riktigt.
Lyt för helvete, du kan inte missa den. Du måste vinna en. Första center måste vinna. Okej? Äg pucken nu, för fan. Kör nu, vi kör en gång till. Det är vi som styr deras tankar. Så gör de små. Bra, Bobo! Okej, det är riktigt bra. Det ser jävligt bra ut.
Right. So when I watch that clip, I'm thinking, well, that's the exact right music for that series.
Okay.
But did you have words on it from the beginning, or did you?
This was the theme that I made when I just read the script. So yeah.
Okay.
And then the director was maybe not, but then I built everything around this score.
And what words did you put onto it? I mean, when you presented it with her for the director.
Yeah, but the story was shooted up in the north in Gällivare, and in this bear town, Björnstad, fictive. It was shooted. They have a lot of mining there. Yeah. And this was in a place they have to move everything. So everything was empty, like a ghost town. They moved the whole city,
Right.
So this is. So I tried to create something with some wildness and some a little bit of Western feeling. But with a Nordic North winter sound. So.
Yeah, and a warmth to it. I think. I mean, it feels organic and
yes.
human in a way.
Yes.
So you had the setting for free, because it was deserted.
Yeah. In a way.
Great. We saved money there. Excellent. So you had the money as a composer. No, just kidding.
Okay.
It's but the hard thing is to once in a while when the directors don't know what they want, and you present them with what's your vision of it.
Yeah. But I think this series, I worked with this director for the 4th time, I think.
Okay.
So it's and we got really good connections and talks and everything, and he's a little bit, he understands music and can take some chords on the guitar, and so it's quite easy to work with him.
And he knows you. He knows that you're not totally insane when you come up with ideas. It really means a lot, to have these like continued collaborations with the directors.
I think that's the greatest thing.
Yeah. Okay, because it's when you meet them at the first time, it's like, okay, can we create this risk-free zone where I can give you all my crazy ideas and you won't kick me out?
Yeah,
I think that's so important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Especially with series where you have so little time to create so much music.
Yes.
When the ball is rolling. Excellent, and very Nordic. Yeah, you're right. We tend to create music like this in the north. Why is that?
Well, I don't know.
No, it's our DNA maybe.
Well,
fantastic. Okay, let's move off to you, Eric. And should we watch both clips, or do you want to say anything?
I would like if we play them one by one.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's okay. It's if we are gonna see clip 1, I hope. It's
a gamble, really.
It's
unless you know exactly
we'll see.
what it's
It's
called.
numbered number 1, so it should be fine.
Is that positive, Emmy?
Yeah.
Is that
yeah,
that will work?
Yeah,
okay,
great.
Cool.
So yeah, I just want to say that it's a story about a struggling artist, and she's got basically no home. She's staying with her aunt when she's out traveling, and this is like really transition music, this first clip, from where she kind of is thrown out in a nice way, but she is like, she doesn't have a place, and she's going on to her next place of rest, kind of, where and it's, but I think it's a very simple composition, but it kind of, I think it's where we found the sound of the score. That's yeah.
Great. Yeah. And how when in the process was that? Did you struggle 2 months previous to come up with something, or was that your first punch?
It was I was involved very early in the but yeah, I was involved really early in the process, and the movie was shot over a very, very long time. So and I also been fortunate enough to work with Guðnason, the director before. So we kind of had this. We discussed. We trust each other. So yeah, I was not afraid of just.
It's a good start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good start.
Trust.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can watch the clip and I can talk. We can talk more.
Let's watch it then.
Yeah.
Det en liten gutt på 8 år som har laget den der. Så hører du det en litt sånn grusete lyd inni der. Der var det. Skal på en måte at det ikke skal bli for pent. Så det blir som en stein i skoen.
Nei, men jeg skal egentlig mest bare komme meg av gårde, så pakker den sånn. Ja. Men du, bare tusen takk for...
Det ikke mye jeg som skal takke, for dette her vinn-vinn.
Og så får du dra tilbake det
Det blir vel sånn, du vet, hva heter det, alle disse ukene, uke 50 eller noe sånt. Men hvis du trenger litt avkobling litt, så er det til den hytta. Den står der. Ja. Så da tar jeg... Da sier vi bare ha det.
Ja.
Snakkes vi, ikke sant?
Lykke til på eksamen, da.
Right.
Yeah.
What amazes me is that we have like five composers in the room, and all of you created totally different music. I love that. It's maybe it's why we can be in the same room together. I mean, because yeah,
it's when I listen to it, it's one of those. I don't know if you notice that kind of high pitched sound that's going. That's meant to kind of be her voice, you know, and it's like a bit restless. It's out of tune, you know. I deliberately kind of kept it, so it was supposed to be. Yeah, so you feel like does this really sound nice or not? You know, and also with the camera, it's kind of I think restless is kind of is a word. It's I watched I saw Johan's music, you know, and this is weirdly enough one of the same instruments that he's using, like that
really?
Under Martenot, yeah. It must be a weird coincidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in a totally different fashion or totally different context.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Did you know, or rather, how was your process with the director on this film? Did you start early? Did you come in the last minute? How was the?
No, we started really early, and discussed that we wanted a sound of kind of a Oslo, but not on the sunny side, you know, more like threatening, like a bit industrial. Those were keywords, and we also use quite a lot of classical music in the score. So it's you know, we have but it's used in a little bit more of an ironic way. You know, we have used Grieg to have kind of the nice, big, proud Norway, and then my score, and we also have some Bach.
Right.
Yeah, and yeah.
So is this, you know, you've got the inner voice and the outer world. Is that sort of the dualism that you wanted to? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But we kind of didn't want to describe like how she is, like what she is feeling, but more like describe her, what do you say, mental state, kind of. You know, we didn't really want the audience to, like, now it's sad, she doesn't have a home, you know.
I know what you mean exactly.
We didn't want that, just like to describe uncertainty, kind of, yeah. And we also deliberately used, it is electronic music, I would say, but done in a very live way, kind of, yeah. Very improvised.
Did you know that you were going to take that direction when you read the score, read the script? Sorry.
Yes, we talked about it, but also there was a lot of experimenting. So I sent her a lot of music that she could use in the editing process.
Lovely.
And I also came, like, the first edit I got was I think 5 hours long. So.
That's the longest, probably the longest zero cut that I ever heard of. 5 hours? No. 5 hours of bliss and things not connecting.
Yeah.
Okay, I think especially the second clip really shows off. Where you ended.
Maybe, if it's actually named number 4, just so we don't. Yeah, if the technical department can. Cool. We can watch it. I'll just tell her. So this is kind of when she has left the society, moved into the forest, and tries to find her new path in life. And I tried to describe that with the music. I also got to say, I was working with a Norwegian artist called Anneli Drecker on this whole section of the movie, and she kind of represents, I would say her new voice in life. Yeah. We can watch it.
Okay. Right. So this is sort of everything on a plate, really. This is electronic, but it's organic, and it interweaves with the 100% sound and
yeah,
very interesting.
Because I also did sound design on this movie.
Right. Okay.
So it's kind of a lot of the movie is, we don't really know what
exactly.
And I don't care because it whatever works, you know. It's we go through a fragile voice onto almost like witchcraft, and then onto like a more beautiful voice, I guess, and some kind of calm and rest. That was the idea.
Right, and I'm split between. Wow, this is strong. This is she's totally liberating herself, and on the other hand, I mean, this is maybe I'm watching somebody fall to pieces completely, losing it.
Well, that's good.
That's the idea.
Because I think that's the truth, you know.
To keep me in between.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's fine if people are provoked by it as well, you know.
So how was your process with the director on a scene like this or a montage like this?
That was, and this is a lot longer. So like previous of this, there's a lot of anxiety kind of in the soundtrack, and it's too long to play. This was really a lot of experimentation. I got to say, a trial and error, and frustration. But this is because Tóti, the director, is she is musical and she knows what she wants. But on this part, I don't really think she did. So,
okay.
Or she, I mean, not specific. Like it was difficult to describe. So it was a lot of experimenting.
And you get these, on the way you get these. No, it's not evil enough, or it's not magic enough. It's too straight. It's terms like that.
No,
it's too musical. It's too pretty.
No, when I was happy, she was happy as well in the end on this part. But for me, it was a lot of experimenting. It took a long time before I was happy. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, let's leave that. And Jonas, are you ready to do something from your nice car with a sunroof? You have. Wow, I want a car like that.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Helton?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'm sitting on the sunny Autobahn, listening to all the great scores. It's a pleasure.
Great. So should we watch your clip? Do you want to say anything before we watch them? Or?
Maybe we can watch Conversation with Burl, if you got that one.
Do you know what it's called? Sorry. It's called The Conversation. I got it. Okay, we will watch it, Jonas, and talk afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Jonas, I was somehow expecting a clip from the film. It's a beautiful show reel. But is this the right clip? Or do we have another clip that's actually from the film?
The next clip is a mix of making of and from the film, but I did not have that excerpt from the movie.
Okay.
With this theme, and I wanted to talk about this theme and the political, more dark side of this movie.
Okay.
If it's okay.
Cool. Bring it on.
Yeah. Yes. This film is about Second World War, where Ambassador Henrik Kaufmann is located in Washington. And when the Second World War breaks out, and he's a Danish ambassador in Washington. And because the Nazis suddenly comes into Denmark and occupy Denmark, he cannot come home. And he is telling the Danish government from Washington that he won't obey the Nazis' orders. And he's not a part of Denmark anymore. So he becomes allied with President Roosevelt. And he is working on what he can give America to win the Second World War. So he makes agreement when he gives the Americans the rights to use Thule Air Base on Greenland, so they can use that as a kind of air base and flew to Europe and do some bombing and win the Second World War. And yeah, so this theme is written to you have this kind of you don't know if the film is called The Good Trader. You don't know if Kaufman is this for his own purpose or for world peace. So that's the kind of splinter in the eye in this movie, and this dark political theme kind of reflects that, I think.
Okay, is this something? I know you had a long cooperation with Christina on this on creating films. So this is what? How many productions do you have before this?
We have worked on 4 films, I think. But the interesting thing is that we have known each other for a long time. It goes way back, because she was the big sister to the lead singer in my old band, Swan V. So I've known her since 20 years, 25 years or so. So we have a lot in common. Know everything about, know a lot of the same references in music and films and art, psychedelic music, weird stuff, jazz. So we kind of know each other and work very close together. It's a pleasure to work with her, and actually we just started up the next production on the next film right now.
So how was your communication about this theme? Did she specify what she wanted, or did you just know by, because you know each other so well, you just knew that this part of the film demands a theme like this? How was the process?
Since we did the Idealists, which is a Cold War thriller, we did that 7 years ago, I think. And we started working together with sound designer Peter Albrechtsen. And on that film, we started very early on, before the film was shot, it was during the script was written. And we started to find out it would be interesting to do an audio script and inspire Christina to write the script by write some themes, do some sound design on certain scenes in the script, and try to develop this audio script. And that was a new thing for me, because I was used to that the editor has a temp track for something else. Maybe it was Zimmer, or you don't know, but you have to fight to do your music right. And it was difficult to put yourself into it. But this time, this new process involved me very early on reading the script. I could find out what we feel about this character, about these issues in this script. So, and then I just went to the piano and wrote for 2 weeks or so on this The Good Trader. Write some themes, record some of the stuff, and this was one of the themes about reading about this political mess Kaufman is in, and she was quite happy about the move from the beginning.
Okay, so you ending up a piano, that was coincidence, or did you have any common thoughts about, this being a period drama, or how you would relate to the period?
Yeah, we talked. For first, I'm not a piano player. I'm not good at playing piano, but I love playing write the scores on piano because there's a lot of mistakes and some unknown territories I comes into original and guitar player and know everything about function, harmonic stuff, and all that theory. But regarding this period piece, we talked about that we don't want to go into the jazz, the big band, the Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington, Count Basie style. Usually maybe we'll use that for kind of kick-off of the Second World War drama, or so. And it was a relief that Christina didn't want to do that, but because then it could be a bit more like a cliché going into a score like that. But we found out that these ambassadors were traveling a lot, and they were located in China and the Middle East, and we found out, okay, maybe we could use some of these world music elements in the score. And actually, it happened that we used some exotica kind of sounds that were first invented in the beginning of the 60s, and incorporated in the film. So it's a mix of electronic on this Martineau clavier line, some very old synths, electronic stuff, and the choir and the piano and the strings in Budapest. So it's a mix of what we heard, and not following. It's more timeless score, I think.
It's a convenient excuse, isn't it? Oh, I have to buy on this Martineau. Damn it. But I have to. Gear.
Actually,
Excellent.
One of my friends had it in his studio, so we just fooled around with it, and it has this high textures, and it was perfect for this bad. There's a lot of phone conversation across the Atlantic, so you have this bad sounding telephone conversation, and on this Martineau is blending perfectly into that kind of textures on top of the strings, and yeah.
Excellent. So do you have anything more to show up? Or?
Yeah, we have this radio speech, which including the choir. It's a kind of Christina. We talked about this place in the script that it was a radio speech. It's much hopeful. Kaufman is doing this radio speech to the Danish people and to the American people, and Christina wanted a kind of hopeful crescendo, and we talked about maybe we could do it with a choir on top, using. We have Karen, who is a driver right now. She's singing the soprano, and on top, and I'm playing piano, and we have the strings, and we have the choir recorded at Budapest Art Orchestra. And it's we wanted to incorporate this choir not as a kind of romantic, but more mellow, if you want, that kind of dark, melancholic Disney political kind of vibe to the choir. But you can see that piece.
Okay. I had a question from a John Johnson saying, is it okay that we ask questions on the chat? And it certainly is. So bring on the questions. Think about them while we watch the next clip.
Yeah.
Okay.
I came to this country to represent my king and a free and independent people. That is what I'm still here for.
Lovely. It strikes me that your music is very music. You know, if you know what I mean. It's very yes, it's minor. Yes, it's major.
Yeah. It's a very melodic score. This one. It has a kind of old school signature themes that we use in different kind of variations and some more abstract than this during the movie. But it's certainly one of the most straight scores. Usually I do some more abstract stuff, to be honest.
Okay. So I mean, we've got five completely different styles, 5 different films. So what's the sort of the common thing between these 5 scores, or the common thing we face as composers when we do film music? The title of this seminar is called Creating Scores. So I mean, we have to talk about it. Really, and it shouldn't be such an old word. The time is 1:20, so we've got half an hour left. So the discussion is open. Do anyone you want to say anything?
I think that I'm going back to what Tóti said in the very beginning, that what is this, how much you put your own like creativity, or how much you have to follow the directors or the films, like he said, that it had limitations because of the period or something. I think that is one of the things.
The limitations.
The limitations somehow. What are, or let's call them conditions, because
exactly.
Limitations sounds a little bit negative.
Do any of you have you watched a series called The Nick? About have you watched it? Because it is totally counterpoint towards the period, which is I think the late 1900, late 1800 actually. A hotel in New York, with the electronic score by, is it Cliff Martinez maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
So I mean, in that case, he wasn't limited to a period, or rather, he must have been encouraged to do something total counterpoint. But yes, I mean, it's always something you have to find out in the process with the director, how far you can go and what does him or her, how can we make him or her tick, really. That's the same thing you found. When you had your initial talks with your director.
Yes, and I found it very curious what you were talking about the temp, like how to steer away from the temp music, and my experience is kind of that directors like being surprised, but it takes them a while to kind of digest what they're getting, like when you stray away from the temp quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't really think you should steer away from it, but you really should find out why they used it. You know, it's just so important, kind of, because you can make something completely different in texture and style, kind of, but still capture why they use that temp music. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also think that one thing that we all have in common, it seems like, is that we have had a very good collaboration with the director. And it's just key word, basically. It's not possible to make a good score and not have that good connection, you know. And I think 4 of us were on to a very early stage as well. So I think that's something to notice.
Actually, I have a story from my own career where probably one of my best scores was done in 3 weeks because I was drawn into a film because the previous composer suddenly didn't have time for it. And we had 3 weeks to finish it. And because I couldn't, you know, I didn't have room for criticizing myself. I just had to churn out material. So I ended up doing something, probably some of my best music, because, well, we didn't have time to think, you know. So once in a while, I'm thinking when starting out 5 months before deadline on script level, that it's maybe not always well. Do you have any stories where you experienced something like that?
I'll have to agree on just deadlines being a good thing for you as a creative person. Exactly. Like I come from a band rock background, and I've been so grateful for kind of having to finish things on a very set date. So
exactly,
I think that's very good for creativity, actually.
Well, Jonas has a question.
Yeah. No, it's not a question. It's a comment. I think it's very important to be involved very late in the process, and because I've been to the conservatory and used a lot of intellectual, academic, playing a lot of jazz and all that stuff, I found out that the music is much more pure and much more what do we call unexpected than you just react to your intuition and just write by reading the script as a kind of novel or as a book you're sitting and react to it instantly after reading it. And I think it's 60 or 70% of the themes I compose after reading the stuff that ends in the final movie. And it has been like this for about 7 years. And of course, it's really a pleasure to work with temp music, and you have to. I only work with the directors that are into this kind of process and are curious and not trying to controlling the way. We have to experiment a lot and be curious about this process. That's going to the best scores. I've been doing scores for Borg McEnroe tennis movie that is very controlled and very, and then it kind of loses its emotional impact when it's through this kind of lens of the directors controlling the stuff too much, I think.
But it's you know, it's a power game, really.
It is, and I would rather lose a film and be happy going to work and have a great life instead of sitting half a year with a director who has played violin as a child and wants to control every note, and if the hi-hat is closed on the B part, or you know, that kind of controlling. I'm too old for that kind of stuff.
Well, actually, I think one of the takeaways from this conversation is that the more you can create a risk-free zone and you know,
you're great at this.
Yeah, put words on it from the beginning and say, well, I really want to be able to throw anything at the table without you firing me, because I know that you want to be surprised.
Yeah.
When you say you want Hans Zimmer, you don't want Hans Zimmer. I know you don't. So yes, I think that's a takeaway. And then I have to dwell into darker territory with you. Do we have a question? Yeah, well, I've got a few questions. I'll get back to them. But first, I think this is important. Have any of you been fired from a film? Am I asking to...
I'm so new to this, so
okay, you haven't.
Not
you
yet.
Haven't? No? Any of you?
I have.
You have.
But, yeah. But I hadn't started. It was really in the beginning. It was a tragical thing because the director, I think, the first director who I was connected with, he got fired first, and then they got another director. Who died on? So they asked.
Extreme.
Excuse me, we have to make a new team, and yeah. So I walked away from the project.
Right. So that's rather a lucky way of being fired, you know. Because
maybe.
Yeah. What about you?
I haven't been fired, but of course, most of my work has been refused. So
I guess we all know that.
So,
but they didn't throw you out.
No.
Okay. How about you, Jonas?
I've not been fired, but usually when I got a pitch or a producers give me a call or a director, I said, let me write some stuff, use a week or two to write some stuff on what comes into my mind, and then I'll send the sketches to you. And if you feel like you are interested in some of this stuff and are curious about, we can do then you can hire me. And of course, that's a risk because sometimes you hit the wrong track or the wrong kind of emotional stuff. But the few times I've been doing this, you got a great collaboration because people you both agree that okay, this is really interesting. You are a brave director. You are kind of brave composer. We have to search for something new. And the reason I'm doing it is because I don't want to do generic stuff and ending up doing a lot of action-driven arpeggios. So it's easier to say from the beginning, I will do this score in this kind of way. I hope you like it, and then we can work together.
Okay.
That's a risk.
No, I have had it the other way around, that I have jumped into the project where, for different reasons, they had to change the composer, and it has been also pretty difficult. I would say that it's a little bit traumatic when the director has tons of no. That we don't want.
That's the worst.
It's a very difficult starting point. You try to relax and say, okay, I'm another person. Let me give me possibility to start from the zero, but it has not been possible. So I next time I think I would think twice to jump in the middle.
That's my first experience with film music, is that film school, and you've got a new director saying, okay, he doesn't say what he wants because he doesn't know it. He knows.
They only say what they don't want.
Exactly. I don't want this, and I don't want this, and I really don't want this, and you shouldn't make
What's
this.
left?
And then all you have left is a footprint the size of a stamp like this, and you say, I can't really. You have to tell me what I can do. So it's difficult. Tell you what, I've got a few questions. This is you, Kim Berg, asking all composers here. How much influence do you give to hired musicians? Do you give them strict rules, notation to follow, or are they involved in the actual making of the piece? Wow.
Depends on the project. Of course, every project has its own kind of way to make it.
Do you have a project where you gave the musicians something to say, or didn't just buzz around with them?
Or then they are improvising, that I'm making kind of structured. Also in this Aalto film, I have structured improvisations. I give certain stuff and then they come in. And I very much like to show the musicians the visual material. I want that they are seeing, because I'm a violinist myself and I have been playing a lot in studio, in films where nobody was telling me, what is this clip? Okay. I didn't know what was it about. I was just playing, and I think it was really frustrating. So I tried to at least motivate the musicians to be creative.
Okay, to give them a frame to work.
Yeah, but of course I have to know what I'm asking, or where I'm giving the freedom, because someone has to be the boss.
Yeah, exactly. What about you?
Well, it's same answer. As Sanna, basically, and. But like in the, for example, the last clip I played, it was, me and Anneli that I was working with, we're just talking, and then it was improvisation, and gave her all the freedom in the world and edited it.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be like that if I just told her what to do.
Exactly. So it's very hard to give an orchestra totally free hands and to play what you feel like, and I'm going to throw it out when I get home. But yeah, what about you, Jonas?
I have during this COVID-19, I had a few sessions with people from keyboard player from London, for instance, and I just gave him free hands. I sent him a stereo mix of the mix of the theme, and he went totally crazy. And I love to work that kind of remixing and sample and use some bits and pieces. I think it's very inspiring to work that kind of way. Yeah.
Definitely. When you call in musicians to perform something, it's very rare that you want middle of the road, isn't it? I mean, you want. I call in you specifically because I know that when you light up your instrument, it's crazy.
You want to be surprised, and yeah.
You need a framework. I agree on that. You need to define the boundaries of where you want to go. We've got another question actually. It's now called old question. I mean, I don't know if this is it still valid? No? It's not valid anymore. It's simply, it has disappeared from the screen. It's amazing as we speak. Okay, let me tell you a gripping story. We've got time for a story. Which is why I want to go back to the whole thing about dialogue with directors, where I was doing a British production, a small series of a psychological thriller taking place in Oxford. And if you know Oxford, you know that it's limestone, and it's very Harry Potter-ish in the whole British way. And this set director wanted strings. And I had the feeling that, okay, if we go with strings, this will not be a psychological thriller. This will be the farm doctor, or Sturm der Liebe, if you know that sort of TV show, the country doctor, on her bike, out to save a cow somewhere. And I said, we can't do strings and Oxford. It's not gonna fly. And she said, I want strings, Hafton. Strings like Game of Thrones, period. And that's the exact spot where you have to say, I can't do that. Or you'll say, okay, you're so specific about what I have to do, so I'll do it. Which I did. And the next time, and I did a lot of string stuff. And it never really worked for me, but that was the task. And the next time I went to London, the room was full of executive producers, and I was like, "What?" And they were like, "We love your music, but it's not for this series. We don't want strings. We want something electronic." And I could have told you. I tried to tell you, and the director was looking away. She was so unfortunately, we've only got 14 days left, so we'll hire someone else here. But thanks for joining in, and so it's and I've also experienced the opposite, and being fired. So you can't really. There's no golden rule of how to survive in this enemy territory. I mean, you really have to stand on your own legs and try to create that risk-free zone. Try to get your own opinion on the table from the start. And then they can fire you. At least that's a good way to fire people, isn't it? Like you said, Jonas,
Yes.
we don't want your...
Very important.
Yeah, we don't want your kind of green. We want something else.
Yeah.
But this is also because I think a series or a film, it's 4 years in the making. So these people, you have to respect that they're a bit uptight about the whole thing when they come to post-production.
But just listening to your story, I still think you did this right thing, because we have to respect the director is the director, and they are also allowed to make mistakes.
Of course, yeah, and you have to fight a bit for it and say, no, I really don't believe in this.
Yeah.
But I mean, you have to know that you're a small cog in a big machine, and you have to respect that. But it's very hard sometimes to find the right level of respect in it, isn't it? Okay, we do actually have a new question here, just popping up here. It's a question by Isak Bjørn Hedlund to all composers. It's often said that film music should be unobtrusive and unnoticeable. What are your thoughts about this? Do we want to actually notice the music, or do we just, subliminally?
Yeah, I think, of course, sometimes you have to kind of underscore things, but of course it has to have always strong emotional impact, even it feels like it's a little bit and personality. Of course, it should. Otherwise, you can take those catalogs and library music. I think that we have to put our personality, and of course, there are sometimes places where you are just underscoring. But I think that if you don't show up at all, so what's the point?
It's. I really understand the question, but these 5 people here. I mean, where you can hear that. I mean, you put so much personality into what you do, so it's really quite given what you think about it. But still, let's have a round. What do you think?
Well, I love to do score that stands out and with a powerful melody or something. I love that, but also, as you said, sometimes or most of the times you have to build underscore. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing here. Both can work. Sometimes music is supposed to be irritating in a movie, and then you will notice it, of course. And sometimes it's supposed to be extremely strong, and sometimes you're not supposed to notice it. It's just gonna, yeah.
What do you think?
I totally agree with all of you, and I also think that things are just changing a little bit in the past, maybe 5-10 years, and there's more demand for experiments and something new, which I find really exciting. And
Thank you for saying this. I'm with you.
I'm with you as well.
So
it's great.
It's a very fertile kind of environment to work in, at least these days, I think.
Also, I think you need to try to lift the bar for what you can do. Right now, I'm like, okay, because I really enjoy action movies. I really, really enjoy good action movies. And it's kind of like very much the same music for that, isn't it? It's the... you've got all these... I get all these mails from Spitfire Audio saying action drums, action this, action that, cinematic this. And it's like, okay, whenever there's a new library for something, it's time to break up, isn't it? And find new territory. And I think action movies, that's the next place to find a new way to do stuff, instead of just taiko drums and the usual suspects. Okay, so we're about to wrap this up. Is there anything you want to say to our lovely audience of a lot of composers from all over the world, I imagine? Tóti?
No, this is fun. It's just fun to meet people that come from similar territories maybe and have a discussion about this. We should do this more often.
No, this is great opportunity to speak with other composers, because we are not seeing too much each other because we are working alone in the studio. But I think this is very important point, that I think it is changing, that all those categories like what is like romantic or action, come on, emotions are not that simple. No, exactly. And always we have very often couple of emotions same time. So I think that, yes, looking forward to create something even more kind of personal.
Yeah, right. What do you say, Johan?
Yeah, it's very exciting to meet all people here and the composers and the nominated. So I agree with you.
Derek?
Yeah, I just totally agree what Sanna said about emotions are not that simple. We should challenge the way we underscore the emotions. It's done very traditional often. And it's been great to hang out with you guys, I think.
The feeling is mutual.
Yeah.
The feeling is mutual. Yeah. Okay. I just want to wrap it up and say it's so good to have you here and to experience such a broad and diverse way of creating film music in a very small territory. I mean, we're not put together. We're not even the size of Britain. I think put together we're not even the size of Sao Paulo, So it's a small territory, but we cover a lot of ground musically and artistically. It's fantastic. And so I want to say thanks for watching and thanks for being part of this fantastic Nordic network for film composers. Because we're here to inspire each other and lift the bar and create even more exciting films and series. That's why we're here, and it's great to be with you. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to Berlin, to the Nordic Film Music Days. Thanks for joining us for the second seminar of the day in the topic of creating scores, now on the topic of soundtracks, releasing them, their importance as a calling card, and just a general idea of what it takes to release a soundtrack, and if you should or you shouldn't. My name is Jesper Hansen, I'm a film composer, and I also run a Danish film music label called Plant Sounds with Halfdan E, you just met at the previous seminar. And I think our label has the distinction of being not only the smallest Nordic label devoted to soundtracks, but also the second largest label devoted to soundtracks, because there are only two. And running our esteemed elder brother is Mikael Karlsson, joining us from Sweden. Mikael, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hi,
Do you hear me?
I hear you perfectly fine. And thanks for joining us, Mikael. Right now, I'm not able to see the slides that I'm using, so maybe the technicians could show me that so I'm not blabbering about. There you are. Can you see it, Michael?
I cannot see it, but I have them in front of me anyway, because you sent them to me.
So we're basically at the first slide that says your name. And I was hoping you could just give a brief introduction. You founded Movie Score Media in 2005, I know. And just a brief introduction of who you are and what made you start Movie Score Media back then.
Yeah, I am actually a former journalist. I started out as a news journalist, but on the side I was always into music and specifically film music as a fan. And as a journalist too, I was writing a lot of soundtrack reviews. I was interviewing film composers in the 90s quite a lot. And at some point in 2000 and the early first years of the millennium, I started to feel a certain sort of a fatigue when it came to finding really interesting film music to write about. And I discovered that a lot of interesting music is written for independent films, smaller European projects maybe. And so I had this idea to launch a label. And at the same time, I decided to quit news journalism and started the label on a very small scale in 2006. For the first year, it was only digital releases. That was much too early for that. I quickly realized I had to, release CDs, especially for collectors who love to have the physical product in their shelf and be able to, read through the booklet and all of that. And that's where the label took off, really, in terms of the financial side. So from that on, I did CDs through different distributors, and now I'm back to doing only digital, because now that the audience is there too in a much larger extent than the audience was in 2006. So today I am distributing some of my projects on CD through other labels. I'm working with a label in Spain called Quartet Records. I have different collaborations with different labels. So that's where I am now, and I'm also a composer myself, but I'm writing mostly choral music and not film music. I'm writing concert music and stuff like that. So that's a little bit of the background.
Thank you very much. And we'll get into the exposure that film music has these days and the interests that has really exploded in the past decade or so. But I think we'll get right to it, Michael. I'll just change the first slide. That I titled, Should I Release My Score? Why or Why Not? These days, every single day, around 60,000 new pieces of music are uploaded to Spotify every single day. So what do you do as a composer? Which questions should you ask yourself if you're considering a release? Are there some types of scores that work well as a calling card, some that don't? And what is your process when selecting scores?
Okay, so from my viewpoint there, as an album producer and a label owner, it's really about the music to begin with. If you're a composer of film music, you're not always going to be in charge of the process, and maybe you won't even be in control of whether the score will be released as an album or not, since the rights are owned and it's considered to be, or should rightly be considered to be, a part of the promotional workflow for a film company. But I think if you're a composer and you want the type of exposure that an album can give you, both in terms of that people can discover your music. For instance, if they are, just say that a producer or a director is searching through Spotify or anything like that, that you can be discovered that way. But also it's a way to get your music noticed and written about by journalists, and you can get a nice review somewhere online, and that is a part of how you can build your brand, I think, as a composer.
And also these days, we all know about the turmoil surrounding Spotify at the moment, but Spotify has really become an integrated part of your calling card as a composer. We all know that many music supervisors make playlists on Spotify to find music to share with the director and the composer. But what type of score would you say that works best and not so well as a release? I mean, would a score of 57 minutes of drone tension music work well as a release? It might work perfectly well as a score, but as a release, what would you say?
Well, you're onto something obviously there. If the music has some kind of let's call it a hook. The hook can be a melody, which is not that rare today, as people say. There is actually melodies being written for films these days, but you hear sometimes discussions about how melody is on its way out. But I mean, if you just look for it, you will find that there is melody in film music. You have to look in the right places. The hook can be something that's more associated with the sound design, or how the score sounds. If it's recorded with, I mean, look at Bernard Herrmann, for instance. For 50 years ago, he would combine instruments in an original way, which made him stand out, and still makes him stand out. So I think that if you have something in your score that's sort of unique, you shouldn't be afraid to approach labels or decide to release the score yourself.
And on that topic, we'll just go to the next slide. How to prepare your score for release. When you receive a score from a composer, maybe someone you worked with before, or a potential new composer, what's your advice on preparing the release? Would you? I mean, also if you just look briefly at the next slide, I've sort of there's an argument going on. We did a sort of an archive release some years ago, and when we announced the release, I had 2 emails on the same day. One saying, "Please release it all, no edits, just as it is in the film, every single second." And the second email said, "Please don't release everything. Please, do suites and add the cues together to make them longer." What would your advice be, and what's your philosophy on Movie Score Media?
My philosophy is definitely not to be a historical archive of unedited cues, one after another, presented in a more or less chronological playlist format. I believe as I'm also working in concerts and doing concert arrangements of film music and putting together programs of film music, I think it's very, very important to understand that film music, it can take on a life on its own without the images, but usually it requires a little bit of work when it comes to editing, sequencing, even mastering, of course, and remixing if you want to do that. And I think as a composer, if you want to approach a label to get your score out, you shouldn't be too worried about doing that work prior to presenting the score. I think that what you should do is to maybe pick out the 5 or 6 cues that you feel are the most original, or the one that has the best sound or some kind of standout qualities, being representative of the score as a whole, and just send that to a label that you want to work with. And I think that you can I think that you can, if sending the full thing is, you don't have to do that because most label producers, they have a lot of music to listen to anyway. So just single out what you think is the most interesting thing. And then, of course, a label can't thrive without some kind of commercial reality. And we need to know more about the film, where it's going to be distributed, where you're going to be able to get some buzz going around the music for the film, because there is nothing in the world that is a better PR instrument for a film score album than the film itself, obviously. So, which is why we, for instance, see so many television scores being released now. It has been a trend in the past 2-3 years when we saw the Mandalorian scores being released, an album for each episode, which is unheard of 10 years ago. You would get a CD maybe with music from a full season, but now they are releasing one album per episode. And I think that's because in television, you get a lot of exposure. If you have the show on a streaming platform like Netflix or something similar, there is going to be a lot of people watching. So that's very interesting, of course, for a label to do that. But if we're looking at this, that's one part of it. As a composer, if it's a small independent project that's going to be shown in a documentary festival on in anywhere in Europe, maybe only a couple of hundred people are going to actually see the film in the theater. You never know where it's going to head. And I think that's when you have to regard the album much more as a promotional tool for you as a composer, because there's not going to be much business in doing an album. So a guy like me, I like to see if there is a little bit business in it, but I also have a passion for great composers, new music, and all of that. So I think that if you want to release music that might not be from the biggest Netflix show at the moment, you have to find a label that has that kind of energy going as well.
And Michael, what about the tedious process and sometimes really difficult process of naming cues? Because there was a release of the movie Science many years ago by music by James Newton Howard, and it was released before the film was released, and the final cue, or was it almost final cue, was called Malcolm is Dead. So it basically spoiled the entire film before the film was released.
Yes.
What do you say to naming titles? Is it important? Does it help the release to have?
Yeah, I think it does. There's one. I mean, if you look at it from the composer's perspective, what you say is something that I really have to bring up on almost every release. That there is a cue title which doesn't take into consideration that it might be containing a spoiler, as you mentioned. So usually we rename tracks as a secret code word. Everyone knows that if we have Jesper's what do you call it? Jesper's destiny, then you know that Jesper is dying at the end of the film. But it's usually the code word. You can say in the track title that the main protagonist is going to die at the end of the film, of course. But renaming it is good. But for a composer, it might be interesting to give it a thought as well, how you can name a title on a track that you're particularly proud of. For instance, if you want to have a filmmaker discovering your track just through browsing Spotify or any other platform, you might, and that person is looking for a chase cue. That person is going to type in chase, maybe even more specifically, chase in the forest or whatever. And if you've done a cue like that maybe that will be discovered that way. So I think it's wise to be a little instrumental in how you title the track. See, I don't think that it affects sales for the album as per se, but it might be a good tool for you as a composer to actually get people to hear the music.
So you can think of the title as a tag almost, that people will
almost
search.
like that. Yes, yeah.
Regarding the question of how much to include, I mean, we've done this a few times, that for the completists, that we have a link online. So we have the score release, and for people who want the odd 3 seconds of something that's not included, they can download it on a link. And that goes especially for sort of older releases, for archive material. Moving on to the next slide, Michael. I brought a few of our CD releases, and actually this year, the CD is 40 years old. How important is physical media, CDs, and the resurgence of vinyl in 2022? I mean, I know a lot of composers, not necessarily film composers, but many composers, they like to have something to hold when they have I've made an album. It's important for them to have something physical to sort of to show by it. But how important is it as a calling card? And does it give more leverage to release, to have it on a physical product?
I think that that is a twofold question again, because as a composer, of course, it's going to be something to if you can show them the actual album as a physical product, that's going to make some kind of impression, hopefully a positive one. But on the other hand, I can't say that I have seen a lot of, that it would affect the commercial side of the label. Collectors is one thing, because you have collectors who want to have the CD, but we have to remember and be realistic about the fact that even if the soundtracks in general is a growing, almost exploding kind of genre, if you can call it that, the type of listeners that are going to require, first, just to go back to your previous topic as well, you won't get the there are not that many people who really requires a complete score release to begin with. It's much more common to want to experience a good programming, a good piece of music, and it doesn't have to be every note of it. For instance, I happen to almost always prefer the original 1970s or 80s John Williams edits that came out on an LP, and now we have these 2-hour complete score releases, and it's just, for me, it's too much. The music really is, of course, in the case of John Williams, it's always interesting and great in every way you can imagine. But I think that you don't be too, as a composer yourself, I think that you should not be too pretentious when it comes to that you want every note of your score out, because I'm pretty sure that it's not going, if you're not John Williams, that's not going to work in favor of the music as a whole. I don't think so. But going back to the CD question, that's also related to collectors. Some collectors want it. No one really collects albums digitally. Of course, it's a different, it's a different scenario. So if you want to have, if you really want to have like a gift to people, be it filmmakers that you want to promote yourself to, or you have a certain fan base, you can press. But there's a very common figure today. I don't know, Jesper, how big numbers you did of your Olsen Banden stuff, for instance, but let's say it's 300 copies is a very common number now. That's 300 copies, and you won't even sell them.
But when we started, the lowest number we could press was 500. Now it's 200, and we did Pinchcliffe which sold really well. And also Olsbanden, we did a 3 CD box that sold out 1,000 units, sold out fairly quickly.
Yeah.
But the rest, is difficult to sell more than 20 or 50 copies of some of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's because you have, in those cases, you have such a big fan base from the beginning of the actual film and the music, of course. So there might not be only Hinchcliffe fans, music fans who will buy that. It's going to be fans of the the whole thing, fans of the memory of it, even. So exactly. That's different. That's different. But if you just wrote a new score for a some kind of independent thriller or something like that, you have to really balance things in how you present yourself, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Moving on, Michael, to the next one. Like I said, around 60,000 new pieces of music are released every single day on Spotify. When you release your score, either yourself or through your label or mine or whichever label, what can you expect? What is is there an average number of listeners for a new release? I mean, what can you expect as a composer of film music these days for your product to do?
It really depends on the film or the series or the game itself. If it's going to have a broad audience all over the world, you're going to see some traffic. If it's only a local thing that's just like a documentary it was produced in Switzerland and shown at a film festival there, you won't see any numbers, because we can only as a label we can only try to promote the music at the fan base level, and where you can connect on social media, and you can do everything you can to let people know that this music is so beautiful. You have to give it a shot. You never heard of the film, I know that, but you have to give it a shot because the music is so great. That's the trickiest part of running a small independent label like mine, where I've released albums that are so beautiful. They would deserve all the praise that you can imagine, but no one heard of the film. I've even put out music from films that basically never came out at all, but the music is so good. But of course, it's incredibly difficult to market that. And I don't think that you as a composer on such projects can, you shouldn't expect any big revenues coming from it, but it is an incredibly good tool for you, I think, because it can generate some good writing about your music. Some reviewer might discover your music and will follow you going forward. And I mean, for instance, I know that last year, I think Pessi Levanto he had a nomination at the Harpa. And I've been releasing all of his music. And the first album we released were a couple of years ago. And then people start to follow, only if it's only a few, in such a small, such a small world as film music is. Some writers are quite influential. And if they write something good, that's going to be presented on the internet. It's going to sit there. And you as a composer can use some quotes from that. And these writers are actually quite knowledgeable when it comes to film music. So that's a good tool for you. And you can also build your own playlists. I mean, like you use Wheelcraft or anything like that, you can also build playlists on if you want to pitch yourself for a project, you can build a playlist with your music from your actual albums. And it's going to be a little bit impressive that these are actually projects that someone thought were worth releasing. So that brings it to a little different level, I think.
And that leads us into the next one, actually, the next slide. Because there are things you can do. And basically for every streaming platform, there is an artist app you can get. I mean, Spotify for artists, Amazon Music for artists, Apple Music for artists, Tidal Music for artists, and so on. And it does actually matter. If you go into those and you have a profile with an updated bio, a photo of yourself, so you show them that you're actually interested in being featured on that platform, because you can pitch music. I know Amazon Music, you can pitch a song up to two weeks after its release. And it's obvious if they can tell that you're interested in being on that platform, then they're more likely to put your music featured on a playlist on that platform. So that's one of the things you can do to achieve more visibility. Do you have other tips in that regard, Mikael?
I think being active is really key, because if you release an album and just doesn't do anything with it, you're not interested in where it's going. If anyone is listening to it, it's not going to impress anyone, even if the music is good. So I think that if you're a composer you should really take part in the marketing of the album, because you, as a composer, might have different connections online, on social media. You will have the label will have the fan base for film music, but you will have the fan base for the film, maybe, or people who worked on the film. People you been acquainted to throughout your whole career, maybe, will be connected to you, so that there will be ripples on the water. And I think that being active on social media, maybe you can, if you record a score with a small string group, for instance, why not just put up a camera there? You can just do a simple, iPhone recording. Not in terms of the sound, it's going to sound crappy, but the image is going to be perfectly fine, and you can then try to edit that together to a little, 1 minute behind the scenes thing about the music for this film, and take your music seriously. And it doesn't end with the first film release. Another thing I want to say is that I think it's very good for independent films to have an album out quite early on, and not wait until the film gets released on, finally Netflix will pick it up a year after, or something like that. Just put it out there as early as possible, because you're going to have so many different, hopefully, if the film goes from festival to festival to festival, you're going to be able to have so many marketing opportunities for the album, instead of it, falling flat on the floor after, too late. So if it's different if it's a big project. But you see, even the new Batman film that Michael Giacchino is doing the score, has already recorded the score for. We see a single out now, and a second single just came out. So everyone knows that you can't be too late with it. You can't just wait there and sit, and you have to be active. And that goes for both labels and, of course, the composers. Be proud of your work. If you decided to put it out there, this is also... I'm blabbering now, but this is also quite important, I think. If you decide to put out your music there, if you are in control of the rights, be proud of it. And, don't make any excuses. If you decide to put it out on an album, it should be able to stand on its own 2 feet and, be music. Because it's not uncommon that a composer would say, yeah, but you really don't understand this music, because you should really experience it in the film. Yes, of course, but if that's the case, the only way it works, don't put it out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, time flies when you're having fun, and 1 minute left, it says here on my iPad, so I think we'll better wrap it up. There are no questions on my iPad, which I guess, since we will have 1 minute left, is a good thing. So, Michael, just want to thank you for joining us. You and I could talk about this for hours, because we love what we're doing. And I know you are very instrumental in making really awesome playlists on Spotify. So do please check Mikael's profile on Spotify. There are some great playlists there. And thanks for joining us, to all of you who's been watching. And there's another seminar coming up shortly. And don't hesitate to call either Michael or myself if you have questions about labels and releases of soundtracks. So thank you for now. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, you good people out there, and welcome back to this beautiful online seminar. We still really look forward to having you all here physically next year, but so far we'll have to do with online. And it's going to be great, I tell you. One of the things we touched upon in the first seminar was your role as a composer and how it somehow, exceeds the boundaries of just composing music. Once in a while, you also get to music supervise a bit. And this is exactly what this short seminar is about. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Jean-Paul Vell, my highly esteemed colleague out in composing film music and occasional film music supervisor. I understand that. It's been a while since we saw each other last time. And Igali Brandel, a long-time independent music supervisor, now working for FST, which is the Swedish Society of Composers. So welcome to you, and I'll just leave the scene to you and take questions for you later.
Thank you very much. So welcome to this seminar on agreements and the workflow of productions. My name is Igali Brandel, and as you heard, I work for the Swedish Society of Composers, and I also work as an independent music supervisor and sync manager for film composers Frid and Frid, and also Cosmos Music. And with me today is Jean-Paul Vell. Please tell me more about yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Jean-Paul, and I work as a Swedish composer in Sweden. And right now I'm working on a German movie, and the job I had before that was an American movie. And I dabble a little bit in Ethiopia, Africa. And so doing so, I come across some legal issues here and there, and I'm in no way a legal expert, but I do have some experience with some legal issues that might be of interest to other composers, and I'd like to share that today.
Yes, thank you so much. That is great. And also, since we mentioned it, being a music supervisor can be a lot of work, and perhaps sometimes you as a composer can do some certain things yourself. But to mention that we're not going to have the time to delve into all the things that a music supervisor does. That's like another seminar. But we will just go through the workflow of the productions and talk about what agreements and documents that might be needed. And also, if you are to license other people's music, what to think about as a composer. So please, if you could bring up the next slide, please, or the workflow. We're just going to set, yes, and the next one as well, please. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to go through the workflow, and also, as you can see, the agreement process and all the documentation is, of course, something that you do right up from the start until the end of the finished delivery of the music. So next slide, please. We can start out with accepting the agreement, or accepting the assignment, I should say.
Right, there's a slight delay here, so I see it on another screen here. So I don't know how to do this in a good way. But basically, yeah, congratulations, you got a job. And this is a time to start talking about how you're going to work together and what is expected from you. And what you can expect from, let's say, the director or the producer or the production company. I think one agreement is just verbally. Already when you talk the first time, you got the job, all that. Maybe you want to put that in a mail and just make sure, is this what we agreed on? I would advise everybody to have a written contract, but more often than not, when I start a project, I don't have a contract. it shouldn't be that way, but that's the way it is. So an easy way to do it is just to put it in a mail and say, is this exactly, did I understand you right? This is what you want.
So it's really important to have something written.
I think so.
Yes, and we're going to talk more about what to include in the composer's agreement a little later on. So moving on to the next slide, get to it.
Yeah, that's...
No, sorry, what music is needed is first. Yeah.
Right, so you would have a very creative time where you just throw everything in the pot. And one thing I say in the beginning of every project is to understand what you don't want might be the biggest step forward. It might not feel like it at that stage, but it is. Just rinse things out. We don't want piano. We don't want hard rock, and build some kind of a structure. And then when you have those rules, maybe break the rules too. I mean, it's a good creative time where anything is possible, and you should explore that.
And of course, here it's really important that you have a good dialogue with your production team, the director and producer and editor.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so what's next? The next slide, please.
Yeah, so getting to it, start composing for real. Like this is where your talent come into place, and you have to, really compose and just do a lot of stuff. I always put music everywhere, and then I start taking it away, and then I put it back in and move it a little earlier, move it a little later, and just
also
try things out.
Yeah, and if there's an external music supervisor in place, is this also where you talk about what it's supposed to be?
I think so. Yeah. And I mean, right now we're talking about possibly being your own music supervisor. Not that that's anything we recommend, but it does happen. Then choose songs that you think is possible to fit into the budget. So you don't go crazy, but you should be creative, but don't go crazy.
Okay, so next slide, please. Now we go to locked edit. What happens then?
Well, locked edit, this is when everything starts costing money. This is where the clock is ticking. You have the real time to work is between locked edit and delivery. And that's a very hectic time. And I think if you have any other projects going at the same time, you should have solved that before locked edit so that you can totally focus, because this is a very hectic and critical time. This is when shit hits the fan, basically.
Yeah, and how long do you usually have, would you say, between locked edit and delivery?
Yeah, it's very different, but I would say like on an average, maybe 6 weeks or something like that. But it differs a lot. It differs a lot. And I mean, if you're working with a high-end director, maybe they can even move the delivery dates a little bit. But if you're working on let's say a German crime series that I'm doing right now, there is no moving around anything. It's, I mean, they have a broadcast date that they're aiming for, so you can't be late. You just can't be late.
And I know you have some experience with unfortunate things happening in the process that shifts the deadlines.
Yeah, that can. I've had on 2 occasions I've had directors dying, and apart from dealing with shock and grief, you have to keep working. There will be a new director, possibly other people will be new in the process. And if you don't have, I mean, we'll touch that a little later with the real paperwork, but if you don't have certain things written down, you might get into trouble, and you might have to work a lot for free, and that might not be fair.
So this is something that you should perhaps not. Of course, I mean, someone dying is very unexpected and not something that you can foresee, but just like having in mind that like you have a risk assessment that what might happen.
Yeah, like a pandemic, for instance.
Yeah. Exactly, which we all have experience of, and productions being pushed and so far.
Crazy things do happen. Crazy things
unfortunately,
do happen. Yeah.
So the next step in the workflow is the approval process.
Yeah, the approval process can be a little complicated. It happened to me more than once that I built this really close relationship with a director. You share everything from philosophical thoughts to personal things attached to the film, and you dive into everything. And then when the approval process starts, you realize that actually it's the producer that decides. And then when the producers have told you that this and that doesn't work and this needs to be more like that, then there might be an executive producer, or there might be somebody at the TV channel or at the distribution company. So there's a chain of command that you might want to figure out beforehand. But I'd say more often than not, it's really hard to figure out. So it just happens to you, and you have to sort of be okay with that. And that can be really painful. I'm looking at the screen here and there to see if I missed something, but yeah. And yeah, right. And what it says here on the screen is that it's also a good time to start looking for the rights holders for the additional songs that is in the movie. And that might seem like a really late time to do it, but actually, which we'll come to later, it's really hard to do it before that, because you don't know if the song will be chosen, and sometimes it's not even chosen by you. It's chosen by someone else, and it's like the end credits or something. And so it's not until then that you can actually approach the rights holders, and that would be the publishing company or the record company. Not until then can you do that. So.
Exactly, and we will delve a bit more into this later.
Yeah.
But moving on to now, it's time for the music delivery. What do you think about here?
Well, there are a few things. I mean, of course, the formats. I mean, that goes without saying. Do you want to? I mean, once upon a time, I just delivered tapes, and now it's more. I think more often than not, it's a brutal session of some kind. But it could be that they want it totally fully mixed in 5.1, mixed in a cinema. It could be, new formats every day, Dolby Surround and all kinds of things. So all that is to be considered. Another thing is, let's say the movie I worked on recently was with a Vietnamese director, and it was shot in Mexico, but the production company was in Los Angeles, and the sound studio was in New York.
Wow.
And it just takes a while to figure out where exactly are the files going, and who do I need to notify that the files are actually there? And also, one thing that is really easy to forget is the dates and the times, the delivery dates, because of the time difference. If you're 8 hours off, that could mean a lot. If you have an expensive studio in Los Angeles or New York, that's thousands of crowns an hour. I mean, many.
Yeah, so they're waiting for the delivery. And So communication,
need to figure
basically.
That out.
Yeah.
Do the math. Well, what does it mean? 8 o'clock New York. What does that mean?
Yeah, for you, sure. Yeah. So moving on to the next slide. Now we're going to talk about the heavy stuff, the contracts and the paperwork that might be needed. You can go on to the next slide as well. We will break it down a bit. So Jean-Paul, what contracts have you? I've understood you. I mean, it's quite different from working on a local production here in the Nordics, and perhaps to a European production, and then to big American productions.
Yes, I think when I work in Scandinavia, I have a basic contract that covers almost everything. You might want to add a little thing here and there, but basically my contract covers everything. When the movie I done a few movies now in America, I've never come under 20 contracts. So you might want to get real legal advice on that, because it can get a bit messy. It's not super complicated. It's just a lot. So I'm looking at the screen here beside me, and yeah, a contract for all the participants. That means everybody. You might need to look into it. That all the musicians, all the sound people, maybe there's a mixer, maybe there's somebody else, maybe there's a solo person. All these things can be important. And of course, the licensing agreements with all the additional songs, and we'll go deeper into all these contracts later on. And then the cue sheet, what music goes where in the film. And one thing that's happened to me recently is this double taxation form. Some countries will withhold your fee because their tax authorities want to make sure that you pay tax in your country. Otherwise, you have to pay tax in their country. And at least in Germany, it can take up to something like 5-6 months to get your money back. So it's not a big problem.
That's something that you need to consider for sure.
Yeah. And just get that paperwork started as soon as absolutely possible. The Swedish tax authorities are super swift. It took me 2 days to get everything fixed, but Germany is taking at least 5 months, I'd say. And that's a little... that's a long time. Yeah, it is.
So the next slide, we're going to start talking about a bit more about the composer's contract. And as Jean-Paul said before, we are not legal representatives. So it's really important that if you do not understand all this yourself, seek legal guidance. Most often you can get help from your composer society, or if you seek your own legal representative, which is really important, so that especially on bigger productions, that everything is in there, and that you have all the paperwork for your benefit.
Exactly.
So what should be included then? Author's rights, performing rights?
Yeah, author's rights. I mean, all the author's rights, that's something that's very dear to me, and that's what I basically live from. So that's very important. Hold on to as much as you can for as long as you can, and that is author's rights and performing rights. That's really important to hold on to, and your publishing company can help you with that. Also, I find that you might want to put into the contract a minimum and a maximum of how much music is needed. Maximum, because if you have a really complicated score with a lot of orchestra or something, it's going to cost you a bit to hire an orchestra. So that's going to be a little complicated, and you have to write the score and all that. That might cost you, and you might need to know that. And also, and if you exceed that number, maybe you should be compensated for that. But also, the other hand, I mean, what if you're working on a project and suddenly they decide to take your music out and put something else in there, or whatever? Then you will miss out on the performing and the author's rights. So that will also affect the financial outcome of your project. So both those things can be important. I mean, it's hard to regulate in a contract, but I think you should try.
Yeah. And also, I mean, when it comes to like dates of payment and stuff, what happens if there's a hiccup in the production deadlines? And how are you covered? How do you make sure that you get paid as expected? And also, of course, since we're talking about music supervision, if you are taking a responsibility for some of the music clearance of other type of music that you don't write or compose yourself, then that should also be in the contract, and you should also get paid for that, of course, since that task would normally be a music supervisor or the production that the producer of the production who does that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just take it to sense and just break in. There's a question from Finland here.
Sure.
Saying, do you need double taxation agreement if you have a company and send an invoice? I think a very relevant question.
Very relevant, and I would say you absolutely need that. That's exactly. They need, in Swedish it's called hemvistintyg, but it's basically you need a paper that says that you as a legal entity exist in your country, both as a person and as a company. So you need that and a stamped and signed paper from your local tax authority.
So no tax evasion here.
No,
sadly.
No.
Okay, I just have to point out to you that we've got 6 minutes left.
Yes,
so,
sure. Really? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So, we really
so I seem to remember you saying we'll talk about this later. So now's probably the time to wrap it up and take the few points that you postponed till now.
Yeah, we're moving on to the next slide is musician contracts.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so we need contracts on all participants, basically. It's just that. Everybody, musician, if there's an orchestra, maybe you need an orchestra representative. Maybe there's a sound guy that did some creative input, then that person needs to have a contract as well.
But I know that you've said earlier that this is perhaps not for like local or European productions, but mainly
no,
for
I've never come across that in Sweden.
Yeah,
but I've come across it every time in America. So. Yeah.
And something that's also good to know is that there's something called union fees in America, where the musicians also needs to be compensated for their participation.
Right.
And that is also applied to if you're going to license music. And I think perhaps also in Great Britain, but that is the production who is supposed to cover those costs, not you. That's not supposed to go on your budget. So that's also something to just keep in mind if you work. Yeah, exactly. So we'll move on now to if your other additional music agreements. So I will just go through this quite quickly. So if you're using source music that you haven't written yourself, then there are to be considered two sides of a song. It's the publishing synchronization license, which covers the use of the song. And then it's the master synchronization license, which covers the specific recording that you're going to use. And something that is also good to know here, if you're clearing music, is that there's a term called most favored nation. And that is a term that comes from the World Trade Organization. So it's not just applicable to music licensing. It's for all, like trading. And so that is that one side shouldn't get more than the other side. So if, for instance, it's a very famous artist who argues that they should get a higher fee for the recording, then the publishing side also will get equal. And so that is something to just consider when you are seeking license. And if we move on to the next slide, as Jean-Paul was saying before, the seeking of license of outsourced music is quite late in the process because you don't know. Sometimes you need to license several songs for a scene before you know which one is working with that particular scene. And most publishers will ask you for all this information regarding the song before they will process your request. So of course, what song will you be using, what artist, what media and what territory, and of course, how long will you use the license for? So this is very important and sometimes can take a really long time just to get all the information before you can send a request. And also we can go to the next slide, which is the cue sheet.
Yeah, the cue sheet is, I mean, I have my own cue sheet of how I like to do it, but very often the production company or the distributor have their own cue sheet and they follow a certain structure. But basically it's just all music. I mean, if somebody's humming a song walking down the street in the film, that needs to be in the cue sheet, and the rights holders needs to be contacted and the licenses need to be done. So all the songs, all the score, all the source music, all that need to be in there. So all music needs to be in there. Also, one thing that they sometimes ask for in America again is a proof of submission. That means that they want some kind of confirmation that the cue sheet has been filled in correctly and sent to, let's say, ASCAP. And all a proof of submission is basically a mail from ASCAP saying, yes, we received the cue sheet and it's correct. And you just do a printout of the mail. That's all they need, really.
Yes, so the next slide is just a little summarization of all the contracts and the documentations we've been talking about, an overview. And the next slide is just to wrap things up, to get back to the workflow of the production and the contracts and paperwork that you might need. And if there's...
again, it's like we're not legal experts, but if you follow this list, you'll probably be okay. If you have answers to all these questions and you have this, you've considered this paperwork, you'll be fine.
Yes. So happy to take any other questions if there are any.
Well, no, we don't have any questions, unfortunately. So maybe it's a sign that you've been so totally clear and outspoken about this, so we don't need questions.
Yeah. Well, I hope it's been informative, and I hope we can share this information somehow to our people, because it comes back to authors' rights and publishing rights. That's something that we're defending really hard, and that's why we have this organization, and this is why we're talking about these things.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's been great. Thanks a lot.
Super.
Okay, so see you next year in the flesh, in this place. Yeah. I hope.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Bis bald.
första sliden.
Ja.
Hi, and welcome back to our final seminar of the day for the Nordic Film Music Days here in Berlin. Thank you so much for joining us, not least to you in the national hubs around the Nordic countries. Thank you so much. This final seminar is perhaps, I wouldn't say the most important one, is debatable, but something I feel many more composers should be aware of. And it's definitely the one with the sexiest title of the day, DSM Directive 18 to 23. And we have two distinguished guests. We have Kasper Lindhardt, who's the senior legal advisor with CODA, the Danish bureau, and Alfons Karbuda, who's the chairman of SCARP, among other things. And I'll leave it to you to explain what this seminar is about, and I'll sit here with questions and take it away. Take it away, Alfons.
I think we'll start with Kasper this time, and I'll just join in on the first slide. So please, go ahead. Great to be here.
Yeah, great to be here too, and also to listen to the panels just before. It was great hearing about this stuff. We did prepare some slides. Okay, here they go. Thank you. But this is just to tell you a little bit about the European law that is about to become implemented in every member state of the European Union. And the sexy title DSM covers digital single market, and it's the directive covers different aspects of copyright in the digital age, and there's other very important issues as well. But today we decided to focus on these articles as they have strong impact on authors and not least composers. But Alfons agreed to do an introduction on why these rules came to place in first place. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to be here. And I want to remind you, some of you have heard this before, but you need to be reminded of the importance of these articles and also what we as film music composers can do in regards to changing the situation for ourselves when it comes to contractual possibilities and this through legislation. So what this basically is that we had a directive that was put on pause and people wanting to modernize it. But these people weren't us. There were more pirates wanting to modernize in a way that would dismantle copyright. They wanted 5 years limit for copyright. So when the work started again with the EU Commission, we as EXA took 12 countries of evidence from film music composers. Some of you were part of that. And in these evidence, we showed the truth and the reality that we work in. And we had evidence showing things that you know, with the coercive publishing, we showed them that we are so weak as a counterpart that we really didn't have a choice. When we met the vice president of the commission, we showed him an audio evidence with one of the heads of a German TV station saying that if you don't sign off your rights, the publishing rights, even though they didn't have any publishing activities, all of your publishing rights, you will never work for any of our stations again in your whole life. So that changed things, and this became the start of what we call the transparency triangle, now the articles 18 to 23. And Kasper will show you what they really contain. And maybe I can add on a bit also seen from the perspective of how we as members of EU have or are implementing these, because we still have some obstacles and we have some really important formulations that really, if we are not able to change or maintain some of them, this directive will be watered down. But I'm positive. So we need to raise awareness, and Kasper, you start, and I'll be glad to add on.
Thank you. Next slide. Yes, that's right. This was the title of the directive, as I mentioned, and you can also see here that the directive was approved by the European institutions in April 2019, and actually usually you have a little more than 2 years to make it into your national law, but these articles are overdue in most member states for reasons I think I do not need to describe, but that means that there's actually at the moment a process going on, not only in Denmark, but in many other, which is where I live and work, but in many countries, working on talking to their local governments and presenting our views. And just as Alphonse explained, this is a long battle, and the battle is far from over. Next slide, please. So what we got and what the beautiful work from Excess people, including Alphonse, and the people working at GESAC, which is the umbrella organization for the PROs within the European Union, managed to come up with rules safeguarding a right to appropriate and proportionate remuneration, proportionate to the success of the use of the works in place, and a right to transparency, meaning a right to knowledge on how your work is being used. We, for example, we at Coda, we experience problems sometimes with when there's a film composer who has made music for a feature film, and the film, we know that the film has been sold to being broadcast in other countries, but the film company, they won't tell us which countries, which means that we don't know which societies we have to tickle in order to get the proper information and to make sure that our members get the payment they deserve. So we need to have more transparency and to be able to act on behalf of the composers in order to get this information. And that goes also, of course, for you as composers, that you want to be able to contact your counterparts in these contracts and get all the information you need on where the film has been shown and how much money it has created, which might lead back to the earnings that you deserve. We also have in this directive this rule on contract adjustment, meaning that if you in the first place was only paid a very small amount, which we call a buyout, if you have agreed to have no further income from the music and you leave all the rights with the producer, that means that you could end up having a very small amount, and even though the movie has proven to be very successful, and in such cases you should be able to have an adjustment saying that this is actually a bestseller, what you would call, well, that's in the what you call it when you talk about novels, but the basic rule is that you could renegotiate the contract, and you can also, next slide please. You could also, but that's described in the later article, have an alternative dispute resolution mechanism, meaning that instead of going to the courts, you should have an easier and hopefully faster way to resolute a dispute regarding, for instance, a very poor payment from in the first place. In Denmark, we have a perfect example of bestseller clause, which would have, in a case where the Danish translator of the cartoon Tintin, he was very famous in his way of doing these translations, and he actually came up with wonderful original contributions to the Tintin universe, but he was paid off with just a lump sum per page, and they sold I don't know how many copies, and there was a court case, and they just said, okay, this is the contract. I mean, you will have no further payment, but that's a perfect example of a case that would have turned out differently if these rules were in place at the time. You should be aware that some of the articles, 19, 20, and 21, they are mandatory, which means that even though if you sign a contract which, for instance, does not give you the transparency mentioned in Article 19, or does not give you the right to renegotiate if the contract is seemingly unfair, then those terms in the contract, they will be void, meaning that they will these articles will be valid even though you've signed differently. That's a special legal construction saying that you cannot, just to protect it, just like a consumer is protected in some cases. Here you have a protection of the artists. But you should be aware that the Article 18 talking about this appropriate and fair remuneration is not a mandatory provision, meaning that you could actually still be faced with a buyout term in your contract, and it would be legal. So then you'd have to fight it through that dispute mechanism, but then that of course means that you will have the burden of proof in order to get a fair remuneration. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is something that is it's still a political fight in many member states, and actually within 10 days there will be a meeting within the European Council, meaning the governments of all the member states will meet, and they will talk about buyout mechanisms as this first half year of 2022. The French government is presidency of the Ministry of the Council, and they have put exactly buyout terms on the agenda, and it's very important for us to talk to our member states and deliver local evidence saying that this is important, so that of course the French presidency should work constructively on these matters. So this is actually very it's very urgent, and it's very timely that we have this conversation. Thank you. And then I think I'll leave Alphonse to elaborate a bit on what will happen now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Jesper, is it okay? So will you give me a few minutes?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
Great. So a few things. When we say that, for example, thank you, by the way, Kaspar, great presentation. When we say that the articles might not be mandatory, this is not, it doesn't need to be the truth. You actually can convince your member state to make them mandatory if you can convince them that this is needed in order to reach the goals of the directive. And this is what we're doing in Sweden. So it's not, it wouldn't be illegal for the Justice Department to put that in their provision. So this is, we still have a bit of a negotiation there as well. And we have other things as well. One thing might be good to say about Article 18. In Sweden, for example, we talk about the circumstances at the time of the agreement when it was signed. That's when you need to know if it was reasonable or not. But we, of course, argue that it has to go throughout the term of the agreement because circumstances change over time. That's one of the risks that we can see. And of course, I get the question often on, is it illegal with buyouts then, when we implement this? And it's not black or white. The thing is that buyouts need to be handled in a way, just as Kasper said, if you are going to monitor whether or not a bestseller clause would come into place, you need to monitor how the usage is done, and you need to have that kind of transparency, and not like Epidemic Sound. You put music in a box and you don't really know who wrote it, and all the money goes to a company. So there will be changes in this. So that's one of the things. And we have another important thing as well, is that when we talk about Article 19 and the importance of transparency, and that they have to be transparent in how they use our music, there's a little risk there once again, because they talk about what is significant. And it's when you have something, a content that is significant, that you need to be transparent, and otherwise you might not have to be. And this is, of course, something that you could dispute. We know this in film. It might be the 3-minute actor, that puts in his 3 minutes that makes the whole film really famous, or of course the film music. So this is something that we need to work on and argue. And in Sweden, we have a bit of a problem also in how to make this, the mechanism of actually being able to not only be right, but you've got to get right in also you need some legal certainty in this. And this is something that we are working with also, because if we risk to have a process that would be expensive, we as authors, as individuals, often do not have that kind of funds, and we might not even go for trying to get what is ours through legal means. So this is very important for us to make sure that it would be easy and cheap, actually, to be able to state your rights. So I'll stay with that, and maybe we can answer some questions. Yes, Per, thank you.
Thank you, Alphonse. Well, there are no questions yet, but could you explain just briefly, you mentioned EXA, could you just briefly explain what that is to the composers that might not know?
Well, EXA is the European Composer and Songwriter Alliance, and we were formed officially in 2007, and it's all the authors of music in Europe, and we have a united voice, and we have been quite successful in raising this voice, and really also being able to gather other areas like the journalists, writers, directors. We formed a group. EXA initiated a group called the Authors Group, and together with the Authors Group and also close collaboration with JESAC, as Kaspar said, we were able to have a very firm and strong lobbying. So EXA is working now on legal issues, but also looking at new technology and also making sure that we create a good environment for anyone creating music, regardless of genre or which country you come from.
Thank you, Alphonse. Is there anything that the composers watching can do to help implement these articles in their respective member states?
I think if I just answer very quickly, one thing that Kaspar mentioned is very important, and this is something that is being pushed by the French. And I think you're on something there. We should look at our French colleagues, and we should also look at the fact that they succeeded with something that we need in our countries. And that is when we get the giants, often from the United States, trying to impose their laws, saying that this is basically US, because we are US and the company is, so you need to abide by US law, but we might not have to, or we shouldn't. And the French actually now have a law saying that their law is not valid. It's actually the French law regarding buyouts that should be the one taken in. That is really what France is abiding by. So this could be very important for us, because we all know as film music composers, they come to us and say that this is praxis, this is the US, this is the way we do it. And then you as colleagues should say, if not no, you should say, just wait a minute, I'll answer you tomorrow if they ask you a question. And then you can ask your colleagues, you can ask Kaspar, Koda, you can ask Exa, and make sure that you have strength behind you and not feeling forced to just accept something. That's important.
Thank you, Alphonse. Another thing I know that many composers deal with is this coercive publishing that you talked about. Is this also included in the new directive? Does that remedy sort of some of the contracts that's been made already, or is there a way to talk about this?
Is it okay, Kaspar, if I just do? I see that you raise your hand, so I think that Kaspar wants the word. Let me just very briefly, and maybe Kaspar could add on that as well. There is one thing. You actually put a responsibility on our counterparts. They need actually to do something in order to acquire our rights. And you cannot just as a TV station or a film company say that we want your publishing rights when you are not doing the work of a publisher, because you need to show and there will not be, it won't be enough just saying that, well, I made a phone call 3 years ago. So, but I'll leave to Kaspar maybe to elaborate on that as well. But yes, the answer is yes.
Yes, there's 3 points, and the last one being referring to what Alphonse just said. But you started out, Jesper, saying that if there was anything the composers could do right now, and I think actually what we at Coda have done together with our local branch of this BFM, the local branch of this conference, we have anonymous contracts with examples of buyout contracts and the like. And the French presidency of the council I just mentioned before, they actually have sent out a questionnaire to member states asking, do you know of any practices that could be contrary to the way we usually do contracts in Europe? And we, based on these anonymous contracts, you could say, yes, we have seen examples in contracts of this and that. And in that way, we are providing bullets for the political argument that this is an important issue that should be dealt with. So that's a very practical thing you could do. Talk to your PRO and deliver contracts because you know that this questionnaire is running. But you should be very fast, as the meeting is, I think, in the beginning of actually not the coming week, but the next week. So this is a very urgent matter. That's one thing. Another thing, and that is from reading these contracts that we've seen, we can see that it seems that some of the big streaming services, they actually are beginning to take these new provisions in the directive into account, meaning that they have left the strong US buyout principles and are turning more into these, as you mentioned, cohesive publishing agreements. And I totally agree with what Alphonse just said. Whenever somebody shows you a draft for and wants you to sign a publishing agreement, you should say, okay, but that requires that you have a publishing department. You should have somebody working actively to promote my works, because that is what a publisher does for his or her share of the remuneration. And I should also say that Coda, as all other PROs, we represent both the composers, the songwriters, and the music publishers. And in the beginning, we were hesitant to enter into the lobbying of this 18 to 23, as we saw, well, there's also a contract between the composer and the music publisher. But then we found out that what is the we have a common threat that we need to deal with, which is the buyout, because that means that everybody in the PROs, regardless of their composers or publishers, they will lose the repertoire, they will lose the right to remuneration. And basically, at least in Denmark, I think that most music publishers, they comply with they have some sort of decency, and they would, in their normal business manners, they would be compliant with these articles anyway. So we have managed to persuade them into being part of this, which is not, I think, the case when you talk to music performers, whereas IFPI, they've been against this part of the directive from its early days. Thank you.
There are someone is writing something. It says 4 minutes, and that's plenty of time for you in the national hubs to ask a question, because this is important, and this is important to all of us. And no wonder if you're not really comprehending the everything that Kasper and Alfred is talking about, because it is difficult. But until there is a question, I'll just ask you guys. It's one thing for an established composer who's done many products with films with a director and a production company. But what about upcoming composers who are then presented with a contract that is seemingly unfair, but they want to do the project, and they're told, well, if you don't sign this, we'll just ask someone else. I mean, in their shoes, does the directive help at all in this case? And what can they do?
If I can answer that, I would say that there are many, in many ways, I would say. One of the things, though, is that with these articles, we, of course, expect and hope our counterparts to act differently already from the beginning, because they know that it will cost them if it doesn't. So when we talk about the bestseller clause, for example, they might at least not want to have the fees and the remuneration so low that they actually they have to get back to renegotiating. So if they have it on a gray scale, so to say, they might be better off. So I think that they will think about this already in the beginning, and this will benefit also the younger ones, the new composers. But once again, as a new composer, you can just very politely say that the coffee was great that they gave you, even if it's not, and then you just take the contract back and say that I'll just have a look at it and I'll get back. And then you contact your organization, because collective power behind you is necessary, especially when you're new. And the collective power is our author organizations, but it's also our collecting societies as Coda, STIM, Teosto, Tono, all of these, and Steph. So we have all of these are there to help you, and they are member organizations. So make use out of them. It's difficult to handle this by yourself.
So is there one place all the composers could go to learn more about this, or is it the national PRO they should contact?
I think it's a good start to do it in your own country. It's easy. You have both your collecting society and your author organizations. And then you also, of course, will be able to, through them, reach international help. And also the colleagues, because we have a huge network. We work with our American colleagues. We work in Europe. So I think that as also the collecting societies and the PROs, CMOs do through JESAC in Europe and also CSAC globally. So this is a huge strength. So I think that that's the best way. And then, of course, you shouldn't just look at your contract or your own contract. You should be active in also changing through your organizations. So being an active colleague and helping others, that's something that I really would recommend, because you would need it and we all need that kind of effort.
Thank you very much, Alfons. Kasper, anything to add?
Yeah, I think as a young composer getting close to a first assignment, there's three things that you should say. One is, as Alfons said, thank you for the coffee. Let me think about it, and get back and one. There's two things that I think when you have consulted your network, talk to your organizations, there's two things that you should say. One is, as Alphonse mentioned, but if you give me too bad, if my conditions are very, very bad, it might be quite easy for me to have them reopened through these mechanisms in the directive, because I have a right for contract adjustment if it turns out that this was unfair. And that is, it might be, in the first place, it might be a good thing for the producer to have your rights for a jelly bean. But if it turns out that later on they have to renegotiate and it becomes complicated, and if they want to sell the movie or sell the rights of the movie to somebody else, they cannot be sure that there might be somebody who might come up with a claim which might turn out to be valid, and all this legal uncertainty left with the producer who's actually started out with just being unfair. That's not a good thing for the producer. So you could say it is also in your long-term best interest to give me fair conditions.
Thank you very much, Kasper.
I think that's quite important.
Yeah. Sadly, we are running out of time, and I just want to thank you, Kasper, and you, Alphonse, for joining us here today. And to all of you watching at home, the bad news is that this was the last seminar. The good news is that you have 3 hours to brush up on the directive before we meet again. 5 or 10 minutes to 7, the what's it called in Zoom? The Zoom room? The room. The place where you all meet will be open, and then the award show will start at 7. So thank you for joining us. Thank you, Kasper. Thank you, Alphonse. Oh, someone is yelling at me. Yeah? Well, not yelling. It's not a room opening. It's just a stream on this. The stream will start a few minutes to 7 on the Nordic Film Music Days page. Yes. And I'll hope to see you all there. And enjoy your 3 hours off. See you at 7. Thank you.